Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati. Sebelum kami memulai acara pada pagi hari ini, dapat kami sampaikan bahwa acara ini akan berlangsung dalam bahasa Inggris. Namun bagi Bapak Ibu yang ingin mendengarkan dalam bahasa Indonesia, kami menyediakan fitur penterjemah bahasa Indonesia yang dapat Bapak Ibu akses dengan cara mengklik tombol bola dunia yang ada di bawah layar Bapak Ibu, kemudian silakan memilih dalam bahasa Indonesia. Sekali lagi saya sampaikan bahwa kami menyediakan fitur penterjemah yang dapat Bapak Ibu akses dengan cara mengklik tombol bola dunia yang ada di layar Bapak Ibu, kemudian pilih bahasa Indonesia. Namun ketika Bapak Ibu tidak bisa menemukan logo bola dunia yang ada di layar Bapak Ibu, itu tandanya Bapak Ibu harus mengupdate aplikasi Zoom, kemudian join kembali dengan meeting Zoom yang sama dengan cara yang sudah saya sampaikan tadi. Baik.
The Honorable Deputy Attorney General for General Crimes, heads of provincial and district prosecution offices all around Indonesia, the juries, the finalists, and all of the audience watching virtually.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the long-awaited finals of the English and Mandarin speech commemorating the 62nd Hari Bhakti Adhyaksa.
It is good to have you here joining us today, and let's first introduce ourselves. My name is Dika.
And my name is Gilang. We will guide you through this event this morning. Yep.
First, let us have a moment of silence to pray for the success of this event. Amin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Mars Corps Adhyaksa.
Sebagai abdi masyarakat,
Ladies and gentlemen, you may have a seat.
Now we will hear a report from the speech contest and seminar coordinator, Mr. Darmawel Azwar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera. Good morning everyone, especially our participant from any other provincial prosecution office in around Indonesia, such as from Jambi, Sulawesi Tengah, Sulawesi Selatan, Nusa Tenggara Barat, Sulawesi Utara, dan Kalimantan Selatan. Bapak Ibu sekalian, pertama tentunya kita patut bersyukur pada Allah karena kita diberikan nikmat sehat, nikmat iman, sehingga pada hari ini kita bisa berkumpul di tempat ini. Saya sebagai koordinator seksi lomba dan olahraga menyampaikan ucapan terima kasih tentunya kepada Pak Kajati atau Pak Waka Kajati atau yang mewakili, dan mungkin juga jajaran dari Kejari serta para kasih dan khususnya para peserta dalam Lomba Bahasa Inggris yang nantinya akan menampilkan kemampuan para peserta untuk menyampaikan hal-hal penting menyangkut Hari Bhakti Adhyaksa dengan tema yang telah diberikan bersama. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sesungguhnya Lomba Bahasa Inggris ini bukan pertama kali kita adakan, sudah beberapa kali kita adakan. Dan sebagai insan adhyaksa yang nantinya akan punya perwakilan di luar negeri, maka ajang ini menjadi ajang kompetisi yang sangat bermanfaat untuk Anda semua, khususnya para peserta. Saya yakin dan percaya insan kejaksaan, para jaksa-jaksa muda yang nantinya tampil tentu punya bekal bahasa yang sangat baik. Di dunia sana, ketika kita berbicara tentang perwakilan di luar negeri, justru kami melihat di beberapa tempat, seperti di Austria misalnya, di mana di sana ada UNODC, justru yang menjadi ketua delegasi setiap pertemuan itu adalah para jaksa. Jadi kita patut berbangga seandainya suatu saat nanti kita punya perwakilan di sana, maka yang menjadi delegasi perwakilan itu adalah dari kejaksaan selaku pimpinannya. Dan harapan saya sangat besar sekali kepada Bapak Ibu, adik-adik saya yang mungkin mengikuti untuk kegiatan Pidato Bahasa Inggris ini, untuk lebih mengasah diri dan jangan berpuas diri hanya bisa menguasai bahasa Inggris. Karena sesungguhnya bahasa Inggris ini adalah bahasa yang menurut saya wajib dipunyai oleh teman-teman, karena di dunia manapun yang namanya membahas kasus, apapun jenis kasusnya, apalagi di negara Belanda, di mana setiap persoalan itu diserahkan kepada para jaksanya. Saya pernah ke Belanda juga, waktu itu saya melihat bagaimana peran seorang jaksa yang memang sangat dominus litis. Jadi tidak berlebihan juga apabila kejaksaan juga berperan dominus litis di Indonesia ini. Bahkan sekarang ini dalam penanganan perkara-perkara tertentu, asal para Bapak Ibu dan adik-adik saya sekalian ketahui, kami di narkotika sekarang dalam penanganan perkara ini di tahap penyidikan sudah melibatkan jaksa. Pengertiannya bukan dalam kasus peratutnya, tetapi dalam pelaksanaan penyidikannya. Misalnya, ketika terjadi sesuatu, maka pihak penyidik meminta kita untuk turut melihat TKP-nya misalnya. Ini terjadi pada persoalan di Undang-Undang Kesehatan yang selama ini dipegang oleh BP POM. Kemudian juga, saya lupa, mohon maaf. Di sini ada kehadiran dari juri dari UNODC, dari OPDAT US Department of Justice, dan ICTAP. Thank you very much for our jury. I hope you can give any result for our participant in a very transparency. And I hope one day we can meet with you in any other occasion, of course. Kemudian kami sambung kembali cerita tentang bahwasanya peran jaksa ini ke depan akan makin penting. Bahasa akan menjadi lebih penting lagi karena kita bisa menguasai bahasa, artinya menguasai beberapa permasalahan yang menyangkut tidak berbahasa Indonesia. Menyangkut kegiatan lomba ini, sekali lagi kami sampaikan terima kasih kepada para peserta, khususnya kepada Bapak Kajati yang telah memberikan kesempatan kepada para peserta kita untuk mendukung mereka ikut dalam lomba bahasa Inggris ini. Saya tentunya atas nama panitia dan juga saya selaku seksi lomba, mohon maaf apabila dalam pelaksanaan ini banyak kekurangan di sana sini. Kami sangat menerima masukan, saran dari Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk peningkatan lomba bahasa Inggris ini ke depan. Itu saja. Oh ya, sebagai tambahan juga tadi bahwasanya kita juga ada nanti lomba pidato dalam bahasa Mandarin. Dan saya menyampaikan terima kasih kepada juri dari Mandarin nantinya, di mana nanti peserta dari Mandarin ini yang kami lihat ada dari Sulawesi Selatan, kemudian ada dari bidang pidum, dan ada juga dari bidang pembinaan. Kenapa Mandarin ini juga menjadi penting perlu kita lombakan? Karena kita belakangan ini sudah punya program kerjasama dengan Cina untuk mengirim para peserta kita, jaksa ataupun TU yang punya kemampuan, punya keinginan belajar bahasa Cina, maka kita akan kirim ke sana mendapatkan pendidikan, bahkan semua dibayari. Oleh sebab itu, mari sama-sama kita lakukan ini, mengingat juga sekarang Cina adalah negara yang besar, mereka punya sistem yang namanya BEL. Nah, ini yang perlu kita tindak lanjuti bersama untuk kerjasama kita mungkin ke depannya dengan Cina yang semakin maju dalam hal apapun. Termasuk juga ketika kami pernah berkunjung ke Cina, mereka punya yang namanya lab forensik yang sangat modern. 7 lantai bahkan. Itu kehebatannya Cina sekarang ini. Dan itu dipegang oleh jaksa. Kemudian di Jepang juga bahwasanya jaksa memegang peranan yang sangat penting. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan kepada juri Mandarin yang berasal dari Kedutaan Republik Rakyat Tiongkok. Kemudian ada dari INTI dan Universitas TCM Hubei. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih. Sheshe for juri dari Mandarin. Harapannya mari kita melakukan yang terbaik untuk kejaksaan. Mari bersaing untuk kebaikan dan saling menampakkan kemampuan sebagai peserta baik dalam bahasa Inggris maupun nantinya dalam bahasa Mandarin. Itu saja. Terima kasih. Billahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Darmawel, for the welcoming remarks. Yes.
Okay, now it's time for us to hear the opening remarks from the Deputy Attorney Generals for the General Crimes, Mr. Dr. Fadil Zumhana.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Sekretaris Jaksa Agung dan Tindak Pidana Umum, para Kajati, seluruh Indonesia beserta jajaran, para juri, para peserta Lomba Pidato Bahasa Inggris dan Mandarin, seluruh hadirin yang menyaksikan acara ini secara virtual yang saya banggakan. Tiada kata yang pantas diucapkan selain memanjatkan puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang telah melimpahkan rahmat, taufik, dan hidayahnya kepada kita. Sehingga kita pada hari ini masih dapat menikmati anugerah kesehatan dan dapat berkumpul dalam acara Lomba Pidato Bahasa Inggris dan Bahasa Mandarin pada hari ini. Hadirin yang saya hormati, di era kemajuan teknologi informasi yang berkembang, demikian pesatnya penguasaan bahasa asing seperti bahasa Inggris dan bahasa Mandarin merupakan keterampilan yang penting dalam menunjang pelaksanaan tugas dan fungsi kejaksaan menegakkan hukum dan keadilan, khususnya dalam menghadapi berbagai potensi permasalahan dan tantangan profesi, seiring dengan meningkatnya kejahatan lintas negara. Hadirin yang dan para peserta lomba yang saya hormati, insan Adhyaksa dituntut untuk selalu memperluas wawasan serta meningkatkan kapasitas melalui berbagai kesempatan. Oleh karenanya, ajang Lomba Bahasa Inggris dan Bahasa Mandarin menjadi wadah untuk menampilkan potensi diri Anda, sekaligus menguji kualitas di hadapan native speaker. Saya titipkan harapan agar saudara-saudari memanfaatkan kesempatan ini dengan baik demi terciptanya kader-kader kejaksaan yang semakin mumpuni dan paripurna dalam mengemban amanah profesi, serta mampu mengibarkan panji-panji Adhyaksa di dunia internasional. Para peserta diucapkan selamat mengikuti kompetisi, dan yakinlah apa yang kalian perjuangkan saat ini akan memberikan manfaat di masa yang akan datang. Saya ucapkan terima kasih pula kepada panitia atas kerjanya. Apresiasi setinggi-tingginya disampaikan juga kepada Kedutaan Besar Amerika Serikat dan Kedutaan Besar Republik Rakyat Tiongkok, UNODC, dan Perhimpunan Indonesia Tionghoa yang telah bersedia menyediakan waktu dan pejabat-pejabat untuk bertindak sebagai Dewan Juri dan mewujudkan acara ini. Para juri dalam kompetensi ini adalah tokoh-tokoh native speaker luar biasa yang memiliki kredibilitas tinggi serta kompetensi yang tidak diragukan lagi dalam hal substansi, muatan tema, dan oleh karenanya akan memberikan nilai secara objektif dan adil. Semoga penilaian yang diberikan akan memotivasi para peserta yang meningkatkan kompetensi penguasaan bahasa asing menjadi lebih baik di masa akan datang. Karena saudara-saudari adalah aset bagi Kejaksaan Republik Indonesia. Akhir kata, saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada para undangan dan seluruh yang berperan serta dalam acara ini. May the best participant wins. Terima kasih. Demikian sambutan kami. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa taala senantiasa memberikan kekuatan kepada kita semua untuk melaksanakan tugas dengan sebaik-baiknya. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Santi Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Fadil Zumhana, the Deputy Attorney General for the General Crime. With those opening remarks, the finals are officially launched.
And just like what Dr. Fadil Zumhana mentioned, the purpose of this contest is to showcase and test Insan Adhyaksa's expertise in foreign languages.
Yeah, but not only that, Dika, because we hope that with this event can encourage or motivate more of Insan Adhyaksa out there to expand their capacity or their knowledge, especially in foreign language.
That is correct. And also based on the amount of the submission for the English speech contest that we have received, we can absolutely see the excitement, the enthusiasm of all of the participants from the prosecution offices all around Indonesia.
Yeah, indeed. As per due, we received 20 submission from West to East Indonesia.
That is correct. We have received submissions from Provincial Prosecution Office of West Papua, West Nusa Tenggara, Central Sulawesi, South Sulawesi, West Sulawesi, North Sulawesi, and Gorontalo.
Yeah, there's also East Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, Central Java, East Java, also Banten.
Yes, going to the west, we have South Sumatra, Jambi, North Sumatra, Aceh, Jakarta, Deputy Attorney General for Special Crimes, and from the Deputy Attorney General for Advancements. And once all the materials were compiled, we had our team consisting of prosecutors, from the Cooperation and Foreign Relations divisions. They went through each and every one of the submissions to assess based on several scoring criteria.
Yeah. And the scoring criteria were based on intonation, expression, vocabulary, content, and of course the performance.
Yes.
And with through scoring, our team managed to generate the top 6 of the most eligible contestants to move on to the next stage.
That is correct. And I would like to emphasize that the submission for this year was absolutely high quality. So it was not an easy job for us to score, to choose the best of the best, because we have to admit that the submissions were absolutely very good.
Sure. So we would like to congratulate to all the participants for the amazing submission. And we also welcome the finalists to compete in the final stage. May the best one win and enjoy the show.
Yeah, so we have seen the compilations of all the participants who submit their submissions, but unfortunately we only are able to choose 6 of the best. And for today, before we move any further, please allow us to introduce our honorable juries who will assess the performance of the finalists today. So first, we have the pleasure of having Mr. Bruce Miyake. Good morning, Mr. Bruce.
Good morning.
So, thank you so much for joining us today. He is a resident legal advisor for the United States Department of Justice, Office of Overseas Prosecutorial Development Assistance and Training. So it is your 2nd year of being a jury, so thank you so much for joining us today, Mr. Bruce.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Bruce. Remember
Good
me?
morning.
I'm Dharmawel.
Yes, I do.
Director.
I do.
Yes, nice
We
to
need
meet
to
you.
meet again soon. I'm well.
You look
How
so
are you?
young. In Zoom area. Yes, I told you
It's
the
the
truth.
Zoom. It's the camera.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. The next jury, we have Mr. David Eaton. Hi, Mr. David Eaton. Good morning.
Good morning. I apologize. I couldn't figure out how to do the backdrop. They sent it to me, but I didn't know how to put it on my phone, so I'm old school.
Yeah. So I hear that you are joining us from Bali right now.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, thank you for supporting economic recovery of Bali.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so Mr. David Eaton is a senior technical advisor, also from the United States Department of Justice International Investigative Training Assistance Program. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for including me. I'm honored to be here.
Last but most definitely not the least, we have Miss Zoelda Anderton. Hello, Miss Zoelda. How are you today?
Hello, good
Looks
morning,
beautiful.
everyone. I'm well.
Yeah, you look so fresh and beautiful. So, Ms. Zelda is a Deputy Country Manager, Anti-Money Laundering or Counter-Financing of Terrorism Advisor from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, or UNODC. So welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
And next, we will inform you on the structure and rules of today's finals. So after this, we will call the participants based on alphabetical order to perform their speech. And after that, once the participant is ready, we will unmute their mic and they will start their speech. Now, once they start their speech, we will have a countdown on the screen so they can track their time. And then once we hit the 5-minute mark after the first word, we will have to mute the contestant's mic. So please be careful to track your time. And also on the, if there is any network error or technical issues during your speech, we will pause the countdown and then we will try to connect you again. But if it's not possible, then we will have to skip you and we'll move on to the next participant and we'll get back to you.
Yep. After the speech, we will let the jury to ask questions or add any comments to the participants. And once finished, we will move on to the next participants, so forth and so on.
Yes, that is correct. All right, so we have come to the most awaited part of the event. Please welcome the first participant.
Yeah. So the first participants, we have Ms. Alfi Soka. She is the prosecutor candidate from the Provincial Prosecution Office of Jambi. Hello, good morning, Ms. Alfi.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, hope you deliver your best and hope there's no technical issues during your speech. And are you ready right now?
Yes, I am ready.
All right. Best wishes. The time's counting right now.
Honorable juries, respected audience, and everyone here today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty God, and it's because of Him we are able to attend this contest. Secondly, may salawat and salam always be delivered to our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who has brought us from the darkness to this bright modern era that we live in today. And last but not least, I'd like to thank all the judges for giving me this very special opportunity to compete in this contest. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Alfi Sokahanandi. I'm a prosecutor candidate and the representative of Provincial Prosecution Office in Jambi, standing here before you all to deliver my speech. What I would like to talk about today is how restorative justice could establish humanism in the law enforcement context. See, every crime has a victim, and what has happened in the way of our system as a whole is that when the state has taken the responsibility out for dealing with criminal suspect, it has taken the remedy out of hands of the individual and accepted collective responsibility for dealing with the crime. Punishing suspect for the crime is the primary goal of the Indonesian criminal justice system. However, what about the victims and affected communities? Does punishing suspect would help them heal? I personally argue for a shift towards restorative justice. A philosophy where getting justice means repairing harm. Restorative justice seeks to encourage accountability, repair harm, and restore tranquil relationship among opposing parties rather than require retribution for wrongdoing. This is most commonly done by bringing the victim, the suspect, and those in the community who are harmed together in a circle, where they may respectfully share their perspective, feeling, and concern as well. And so does the General Prosecution Office of the Republic of Indonesia. We do not tolerate crime. However, there is more wise and fair option in the law enforcement process, as it is one of the prominent principles of a prosecutor as dominus litis or case controller in order to create a humanist-based criminal justice system in Indonesia. General Prosecution Office of the Republic of Indonesia has accommodated the restorative justice practice in Indonesia by publishing the General Prosecutor Rule number 15, year 2020, about the termination of prosecution based on restorative justice. And since the enactment of the rule, it has been resolved 823 cases. Here in Jambi, we are committed to always put the settlement of minor criminal cases with a justice mechanism into account. Last month, the Chief of Provincial Prosecution Office in Jambi has inaugurated 11 restorative justice houses as a form of our commitment to the community and nation. And since its establishment, we have solved 9 cases in total. Through restorative justice approach. Take an example, when a woman in Jambi were accused for domestic violence, her family-in-law were very furious and wanted her to be put in prison. But she has took the guilt and realized her fault. Hence, the Provincial Prosecution Office of Jambi and Malay Traditional Institution took this dispute into a more wise and fair option through restorative justice as a win-win solution for both parties. As a staff, I hope that this initial step could be a cornerstone to a humanist-based criminal justice system in Jambi and all over Indonesia. Justice is nowhere on books, not in the criminal code, nor in the criminal procedure code. Justice could only be found in the heart of the community itself, and it is obligatory for a prosecutor to always reflect upon justice. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for my speech. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Om. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Whoa. Can I have applause to Miss Alfie? Such a great performance, Miss Alfie. Thank you so much. I'm so proud of you. How do you feel right now?
Very pleased.
Yeah, I can feel the sincere when you say that everything must be from heart. And yeah,
Yeah, that
very
is
good.
correct. Very enjoyable and definitely very, very informative. Thank you so much for your speech. And now we invite the juries to ask a question, a response, or a comment to Ms. Alfie. Perhaps we can start from Mr. Bruce Miyake. Mr. Bruce?
Thank
Do you
you.
have any questions or comments? Yeah.
Yes, first of all, a very good speech. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I had the opportunity to read it beforehand, and I have to say that the content of your speech was very good, well reasoned, and backed up with a good data. So I applaud you for that. A question that I have
Thank you,
for
sir.
you about this is, in terms of restorative justice, are there certain crimes where restorative justice would not be good to be used?
Yes,
Thank you,
Mr.
sir,
Bruce.
for-
And yeah, we will let Ms. Alfie, please, you can answer.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the question. Generally speaking, as far as I know, the case that could be resolved by restorative justice is the minor criminal cases. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, one other question. Why did you decide to do this competition?
Thank you, sir, for the question. Actually, I did this because I want to challenge myself in terms of speaking language. And yeah, that's it then. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. So the next jury, I'm pleased to invite Mr. David Eaton.
I don't have any questions. I just want to give a couple of comments on feedback. I think you did a very good job. I enjoyed your relaxed facial expressions and mixing in the hand gestures, and you look very comfortable as you're delivering your prepared speech, even though I'm sure you were very nervous when it started. So very good.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. David Eaton. And next, we will invite Ms. Zelda Anderton for any comments or questions.
Yes, I'll just share my comments. No questions from me either. Alfie, that was really very good. I really enjoyed your delivery. I thought you had a really good use of sort of pauses and stressors on particular keywords, which were really useful when you're addressing an audience, of course, for us to capture the message. And I really thought it was great that you brought examples from Jambi as well when talking about restorative justice. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Zolda and all of the juries. So what a strong start for the competition for today, right?
Yeah. Can I hear the applause for Miss Alfie once again? Yep. You're doing great, Miss Alfie.
You're doing great. Okay, so next
Thank
we
you.
will invite the second finalist. Please welcome Mr. Andika Esra Awa. He is a prosecutor representing Provincial Prosecution Office of North Sulawesi.
Yeah. I can see that Mr. Andika is more than ready.
More than ready. Very excited, it seems like.
I can feel that. So everything's ready, Mr. Andika?
Okay, hello.
Okay, so your times start now.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greetings of virtue. The honorable jury of English speech contest and respected virtual audience, my name is Andika Esra Awa. I'm a prosecutor of District Public Prosecutor of South Minahasa of North Sulawesi Provincial Prosecution's Office. Today, I have composed the speech for the upcoming 62nd anniversary, the Attorney General's Office of the Republic of Indonesia, titled Restorative Justice as a Breakthrough in Humanist Law Enforcement in Order to Economic Recovery. Imagine if people no longer believe in law enforcement, because people judge that justice is only owned by elite people, while ordinary people, if they violate the law, are sentenced to prison, even though for cases that can actually be resolved amicably and restoring the situation. As an example of the case that occurred in 2019, where a child in Palu stole flip-flops and had to follow the criminal trial process, while the public saw that corrupt actors who stole people's money were still free to roam. This incident creates a stigma that the law is blown up and shut down. Responding to facts like this, the Attorney General, Mr. S.T. Burhanuddin, made a breakthrough by stopping prosecution based on restorative justice approach, in which for criminal cases where there has been peace between the parties and several other conditions, the prosecution can be stopped and the situation is restored to normal. With a restorative justice approach, there are at least three important points that must be pondered. First, restorative justice strengthens social cohesion among community members. Second, it motivates the prosecutor to be involved in the purpose of justice, namely the recovery of those who need it. And for the last, the application of a restorative justice process will encourage the perpetrator to reflect on the wrong behavior and the harm it causes, including how he should rehabilitate himself. Then, in the context of Indonesia's economic recovery after COVID-19, with restorative justice, prison inmates can be reduced significantly, which can save on the budget because, based on data, the operational budget in prisons reach billions of rupiah per year in each region. Not to mention, the operational budget in the trial process then can be saved in the case has been resolved. Say for the year 2021 to 2022, there have been more or less 1,070 cases has been resolved through restorative justice. If we calculated from the operational budget of the prosecution, for each case of around 2 million rupiah, then for this amount, the state saves 2,140,000,000 rupiah. Based on a Komnas HAM survey, 85% of respondents support the application of restorative justice to stop criminal cases that have been reconciled and other minor crimes. At this point, we can see the huge potential for economic recovery in the context of law enforcement, and the most important thing is the existence of humanist legal certainty that is beneficial and equitable for all components of society. Personally, as a prosecutor, I'm very proud to be a part of Attorney General Mr. S.T. Burhanuddin's breakthrough in introducing the determination of prosecution based on restorative justice and inviting all of us, Adhyaksa citizens, to prioritize law enforcement that is consensus, beneficial, and fair. In closing my speech, allow me to quote the Attorney General's message. Conscience is not in books. We, as law enforcers, must pay attention to the sense of justice in society. That's all from me. Happy 62nd anniversary of the Attorney General's Office of the Republic of Indonesia. Jaya Adhyaksa, Adhyaksa Jaya. Thank you.
Yeah, Jaya Adhyaksa, Adhyaksa Jaya. Please give him applause, everyone, for a very great performance. Feels like you're relieved right now, but it's time for you to hear questions or comments from our juries. And the first one, maybe we have Ms. Zolda.
Certainly. Okay, thank you very much for your speech. I'll start off by saying that I think it was really great how you started by inviting the audience to use our imagination in terms of seeing the justice in a particular case that you mentioned there. I thought that was a really good way of introducing your speech. And I think in your piece, there's a really good use of statistics, including a cost sort of benefit analysis as well. So that was really good to see. In relation to questions, I think I just had one that kind of came across. You mentioned that with the restorative justice approach, it also provided the perpetrator to reflect on their behavior, including on how they could rehabilitate themselves. Could you explain a little bit more as to what that process is and what the prosecutor's role would be in terms of that rehabilitation?
Okay, thank you for the great question. In the process of restorative justice, the perpetrator will confrontate with the victim and the religious person and with the government in the region, so they can have advice, they can have an education. So with the process of restorative justice, there will be restored with the conscience, with the meaning that they maybe this time they're wrong, but they will recover from that. They will change their behavior to be a better person. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Zelda, for the question. And next, we will invite Mr. David Eaton. Do you have any questions or response?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I will echo Zoe's remarks about the statistics. It can be a dangerous area to go into in a speech, but I thought you did a good job of using statistics to make your point without boring us by droning on and on about statistics where they become meaningless. So I thought you did a good job of using enough to make your point, but not overdoing it and putting your audience to sleep. And again, I also thought that you looked very comfortable and relaxed as you delivered your speech. So a very good job.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. David. So the last one, we invite Mr. Bruce Miyake.
Andika, I thought you did I hope I'm saying your name properly. I thought you did a very good job. Your presentation was very strong. You came across very forceful. Good use of gestures of your hands and expression to make your points. And your arguments, I think, were very logical and clear and well-reasoned. And as was pointed out, the use of statistics and facts to back up your arguments, I think, was very good as well. So I was very impressed with your speech, and I had one question that I wanted to ask. You argue for the use of restorative justice. Are there any arguments against it, why restorative justice should not be utilized by the criminal justice system in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you, sir, for the great question. In some cases, I have heard and I've read some of law experts say that the principle of crime is to punish. So when the Attorney General introducing that restore the situation, they think that that's not a crime of retributive, because they think that if someone across the rule, if someone violate the law, they must be punished. And I think that's a way kind of old-fashioned style. So we come across with the regulation. We think that it's a better way to restore the situation than punish people and make some revenge feeling in other side of the perpetrators. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bruce, for the quite detailed question, but very interesting nonetheless. So next we have.
So thank you again, Mr. Andika. You did a great job. Moving forward to the next finalist, we have Mr. Divaryazaki Rahman. Can anyone pin? All right. He is a prosecutor candidate from South Kalimantan. Hi, Mr. Zaki, if I'm not mistaken.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Zaki. Are you ready right now to deliver your speech?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, I can see it from your face here. More than ready.
Very bright smile.
Yeah,
very excited, it seems like.
The light is also very good. Okay, Mr. Zaki, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. The most honorable Board of Jury and the honorable all of insan Adhyaksa. My name is Divaryazaki Rahman, and I'm proudly represent the High Prosecutor's Office of South Kalimantan and the Prosecutor's Office of Banjarmasin in the English speech contest for the 62nd commemorations of Hari Bhakti Adhyaksa. Please allow me to deliver my speech entitled The Synergy of Law Enforcement and National Economic Recovery, the Implementation of the Deferred Prosecution Agreement for Optimizing the State Asset Recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prosecutor's Office of the Republic of Indonesia is a law enforcement agency that exercises state power in the field of prosecutions. And basically, every law enforcement efforts talk about the noble idea to achieve justice. And the directions of the Attorney General himself regarding of this matter is that in every law enforcement to achieve justice, the public prosecutor must use his or her own conscience. And from this noble direction, we can actually learn an important lesson that the basic concept of justice is not rigid or static, but we must also consider the conditions of the society. And to accommodate this legal need, in the special crime sector, or PITSUS, the prosecutor's office has begun to adopt new law enforcement model that aim at recovering state asset in corruption cases. This implementation is achieved using the concept of asset recovery and the termination of prosecutions that refers to the concept of the Deferred Prosecution Agreement, or DPA, which exists in the United States of America. And according to a lecturer from Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Feby Mutiara Nelson, The concept of DPA refers to the mechanism of stopping the prosecutions, in which the public prosecutors offers not to prosecute the perpetrator in exchange for the perpetrator to admit his actions and agree to pay certain compensation to the victims. As the law enforces, actually it's quite natural that the approach taken by the prosecutor's office is to enforce criminal law. However, we must not also deny the fact that based on the data from the UGM Economic Laboratory Research Team, that the value of the state losses due to the corruption in Indonesia from 2001 to 2015 was around 203 trillion rupiah, of which the total asset recovery was only around 21 trillion rupiah. So that's only around 10% of the state losses are returned to the state. And from this data, it could be concluded that while law enforcement must be carried out, it is also need to be changed by prioritizing the aspect of returning state losses. And from these reasons, the DPA is a new approach to returning state asset that needs to be adopted en masse by the prosecutor's office. Moreover, there is also clear authority in the form of termination of prosecution by law in Article 140, Paragraph 2 of the Indonesian Criminal Procedure Code. However, the technical arrangement still needs to be further regulated in the general prosecutor's regulations, such as the Perja on restorative justice. It is also necessary to know that the application of the DPA must also be limited by several limitations so that the aspect of justice in society can also be fulfilled. These limits can be in the form of the maximum limit of state losses in the case that can be applied to the DPA, and the gradation of the perpetrator's guilt, whether it involves a mere administrative error or whether there's also a criminal offense. And lastly is the conditions of the asset that needs to be recovered. In the past, the implementation of the DPA has also proven to be successful. In 2018, the Prosecutor's Office has managed to recover assets of government of Surabaya, namely Gelora Pancasila, which worth around 180 billion rupiah using this mechanism. And then the investigation was stopped after the assets were handed back to the government of Surabaya. Considering the success of the asset recovery of the case that I just mentioned earlier, I would like to invite myself, along with all of Insan Adhyaksa, to jointly create a prosecutor's office that not just enforces justice on the behalf of society, but also supporting the National Economic Recovery Program by implementing the DPA, especially in the field of special crimes, because the role of law is not only about law enforcement, but also plays a vital role in the recovery of the national economy, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. Let us together implement the 5th missions of the Prosecutor's Office, which is to increase efforts and to save and also recover state assets, and of course also to support the Indonesian national economy. That's all my speech today. I would like to apologize if there's any mistake I made during this speech. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Zaki. Can everyone give a big applause for Mr. Zaki?
Ooh, I can feel the pains of competition is getting hard after
True.
Mr. Zaki delivered the speech, right?
That's right. Very concise, very informative. And also, it's a new point, right?
Yeah.
Economic recovery through state recovery. Very
Sure.
interesting.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Zaki, how do you feel right now?
I feel very proud. I can represent my office in here, and I hope I can learn a lot of things from my participation in this contest.
Yeah, I'm proud of you as well.
Okay, we're proud of you. So now we will invite our juries to have some questions or comments. Perhaps we can start from Mr. David Eaton.
So David Eden.
Okay, I'm starting to realize that my job as a juror is much more difficult than the jobs of the presenters. There's a lot of good competition, as you mentioned here today. Very energetic presentation, very energetic speech. I liked it. And I like the fact that you provided a motive or a reason why this is an important issue about the whole economic recovery, and just a small percentage of the national treasure that's lost to corruption is only a small percentage is recovered. And that provides a good incentive for those who you're talking to as to why this is an important topic. So very well done.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. David Eaton. So yeah, it was the energy that was radiating from the screen.
Yeah, I can feel the
very
energy.
contagious. Yeah.
The next jury will deliver the comment or any questions. I would like to invite Mr. Bruce Miyake.
Good morning. And I would echo what, I'm sorry, I didn't give you a chance to say good morning.
Yes.
I would like to, I'd like to echo what Mr. Eaton said. Very energetic, very persuasive, and very strong presentation. Good use of hands. You can tell by the way that you presented your hands and facial expressions that you really believe in the argument that you were making, and I think that is very important and was conveyed to me as a person watching you. So good content and good presentation. Question that I have for you is, if the deferred prosecution agreements were widely adopted throughout Indonesia, who would oversee this?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Bruce. I can say that actually, if this new concept is implemented en masse by the prosecutor's office, then it could be oversight. The function of oversight, it could be carried out by the DPR or the People Representative Council in Jakarta, and it also can be oversight by the coalition of civil societies in Indonesia. I can proudly say that we are a highly developed democracies in here, and the civil societies are very much like to collaborate in the implementation of this new mechanism by the oversight. That's all, Mr. Bruce. Thank you.
Thank you. Great answer.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bruce. So again, thank you, Zaki, for the amazing performance.
The last jury didn't deliver the.
Oh, I'm
Miss
sorry.
Zolda.
Excuse me.
We still have Miss
Yeah,
Zolda
yeah.
over there.
How can I forget? Miss Zolda? Miss Zolda,
Yes.
please.
Hello.
Yeah.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Mr. Difariza. Is that right? Difariza? Sorry. I apologize if I mispronounce your name, but I really enjoyed your presentation and your speech. It's a very interesting topic, the linkage between national economic recovery and law enforcement or the criminal justice response. I found your delivery to be clear, very expressive and convincing as well. And particularly in engaging just now as well. It was very engaging. So thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, William.
Thank you, Miss Zolda. So I can see that Mr. Zaki distract your concentration, right?
Yeah, it was the excitement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So once again, thank you so much, Mr. Zaki, for your great performance. And moving forward to the next contestant, we have Mr. Zafas Mesabriantama. Mr. Zafas, right? So
Yes.
I hope that you can do better from the other contestant. Hope you best wishes. And are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you for asking.
All right, take a deep breath, and time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. May the Almighty God bless and protect us all. To the Honorable Excellencies, juries, committees, and all the ladies and gentlemen who are present today. It is my greatest honor to be able to present my speech before all of you. My name is Jafas Mesa Briantama, proudly representing the Mataram District Prosecutor Office in presenting a speech to commemorate the 62nd Hari Bhakti Adhyaksa, or the anniversary of our beloved Adhyaksa Corps. To start this speech, I would like to take us on a trip down memory lane to rekindle the historical roots of our beloved corps. When Adhyaksa first existed 100 years back, the corps had three main functions in serving the people. First is to investigate crimes occurring without prejudice. Second is to conduct prosecution justly. And the last one is to enforce final and binding judicial orders and decisions. After its existence and development for 62 years, the corps have always been proven to be an excellent work in progress, by always moving in forward motion, guaranteeing the pursuit of justice, and implementing the basic values of Tri, Krama, Adhyaksa. In relation to this year's big anniversary theme, the Adhyaksa Corps is expected to accomplish legal certainty, humanistic principle or humanism, and to be involved to play a significant role in the national economic recovery. To prove the Corps' commitment in enhancing legal certainty is by forming Jampit-Mil, or the Prosecutor for Military Criminal Cases, which strengthens the implementation of the single prosecution system. This is to offer more legal certainty between the regular civilians and the military in the prosecution sector. Another example of an excellent work in progress is that the Corps has executed hundreds of cases using the RJ, or the restorative justice, where RJ offers more meaningful dialogue to the stakeholders involved in the case and boosts the high rate of victim satisfaction. This is one of the forms to develop the Corps' humanistic principles, which stresses the importance of human values and dignity by the Corps. Adding one last example of moving in forward motion, the Corps has transformed and kept up with the digital era by launching Halo Japan. Halo Japan is a platform where everyone can ask questions on legal issues and will be answered by professionals, which reflects the embodiment of a modern, professional, and accountable institution in fulfilling the public needs. The Adhyaksa Corps also support the National Economic Recovery Program by devoting their work to provide legal assistance and supervisions for small and local enterprises towards matters related to lending facilities and private litigation dispute resolution. This is a commitment to help those who are harmed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, what is more special is that recently the Adhyaksa has successfully handled a tremendous amount of extraordinary cases that catch the public's attention. Thus, according to this year's Indonesian politics indicator results, the Corps have lifted their level in gaining the public's trust. Mr. Burhanuddin, as the general attorney, once said, "The main goal is that prosecutors can provide justice that is beneficial towards the community, as the sense of justice is not written in the books, it is within our self-conscience." Henceforth, I would like for us to keep asking as member of the Adhyaksa Corps. And the questions are, have we done our job based on our conscience to serve the nation, using our heart, prioritizing humanism and mercy? I do hope and believe so. Once again, happy birthday, happy anniversary to my beloved Corps. May this institution be blessed with a joyous and exuberant birthday, and may all of us continue to add laurels to this institution. Through blood, sweat, and tears, Adhyaksa will always rise and thrive. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya. May peace be upon us all. Thank you.
Okay, give a big applause for Mr. Javas. What a great performance. It's very interesting. He took us down a trip to memory lane and then bring us forward to the future. Yeah, so how do you feel? Javas, how do you feel?
To be honest, I'm very nervous. But yeah, it's
Very
exciting
nervous.
after.
So that's
this
why
is
we didn't
over.
see your smile.
Yeah,
Which-
we need to see your beautiful smile, Mr. Javas.
Like this time,
Okay,
right?
thank you so much. So perhaps we can have the jury to ask questions. Ms. Zoe Anderton.
Miss Zoe, it's time for you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Javas. I'll start off by saying I think it was a great approach in your presentation speech in taking a historical view of the Corps, taking the audience down memory lane, if you will. I think the content of your speech was all-encompassing in terms of looking at the historical aspect, but also bringing in more of the modern elements within the justice system under AGO. I think namely you mentioned the I do apologize, the Halo JPN application. So it was good to kind of see that connection, that your speech didn't just stay historical, it actually came to the forefront as well. great use of intonation and stressors, and I really enjoyed your conclusions and your expressive remarks about the core as well. I think just if I have in terms of a question in relation to the Halo JPN launch, has there, what are your reflections? What are the reflections on the use of the platform and the technology in engaging with the public so far?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Madam Zoilda. In my humble opinion, I think the Halo JPN, where it's a form of an application and the public can access in the website, they can ask anything about legal issues. So, but only specified to the civil and private matters such as marriage, inheritance, contracts, such things like that. And in my experience here down in West Nusa Tenggara Barat, this is very helpful because there are so many, for example, farmers, they want to be involved in some kind of contract. So they can just access the website and then ask via online. And then the prosecutors here will process that usually after the reports or the requests from the people are received. Then the JPM or the prosecutors of the private matters will give a call and give like a free consultation. There's no charge of this. So this is very good to the public.
Great. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The next jury, we may have Mr. David Eaton.
All right. If you were nervous, it certainly didn't show. You had a very good cadence. You paused at the appropriate time so people could consider what you're saying. It didn't sound rushed or nervous in any way. I thought you did a really good job on that. And I like the idea of how you kind of asked a question at the end to get your audience thinking about what you had said in those few minutes and think about it and ponder that for the future. So good job.
Thank you, Mr. David.
Okay, thank you, Mr. David, for the response. And now we move on to Mr. Bruce Miyake. Mr. Bruce.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought that your presentation, your intonation and expression was very clear. I had no problem understanding what you were saying. I think the content, it was well reasoned. I had no problem following the logic behind it. You were very expressive in the way that you made your points in a way that I found very persuasive. The use of hands, the use of your facial gestures, but not in a, I mean, you didn't overdo it. Sometimes people have a way of maybe overemphasizing, and you were hitting it just right. So I thought that was very good. Just, I guess, in terms of a question that I would have for you, in terms of legal certainty, how does that improve the public's faith in the legal system?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the comments and questions, Mr. Bruce. Legal certainty is very important, as we know that Indonesia is the legal state, and, well, bluntly speaking, the people have very, very low expectations and trust on the institution, not because of the bad work of the institutions, but there are several people in the institutions that harm the name of the institution. So with the institution fixing the system to provide legal certainty, for example, like establishing the military prosecutor for, apologize for the disturbance. So yeah, the military prosecutor for criminal cases provides more legal certainty because people are asking questions. What if the regular civilian and the military, they meet in a court, in a special court, and a special prosecutor from the military sector? Does that provides legal certainty towards the legal due process? And the Kejaksaan or the Adhyaksa Corps has, just showing the breakthrough that, okay, according to the Dominus Litis principle, that Kejaksaan must be the only one to enforce or authorized to conduct prosecutions. And that is a long-awaited journey from the people, so legal certainty can finally be accomplished. And yeah, my point is that legal certainty is very important for the people, because people need to, not be scared, not fear that, what's going to happen with the legal system in this country. Thank you, Mr. Bruce.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zafas. I can see that you are more relaxed in this session for the
Yeah.
question and answer, right?
Yeah, that is
Yeah, and in my humble opinion, that you did a great job. as well.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah.
So moving forward to the next contestant, we have the representative from Provincial Prosecution Office of Central Sulawesi. She is Miss Mary Dame Kristianti Simanjuntak, if I'm not mistaken, spelling your name right. Okay, she is a prosecutor candidate, again from Provincial Prosecution Office of Central Sulawesi.
Yeah. How do you feel today, Mari?
Actually, I feel kind of nervous, but super excited.
Yeah. So I hope that you're ready. You
Yeah,
ready?
sure.
Yeah. So your time starts now.
Honorable Deputy Attorney General for General Crime, Honorable Head of High Prosecutor Office, Honorable Board of Juries, and beloved audience. My name is Mary, and I'm the representative of Padigi Motong District Prosecutor Office and Sulawesi Tengah High Prosecutor Office. It is truly an honor for me to be here and deliver a speech about legal certainty, humanist towards the economic recovery. As we all know, in Indonesia, there were giant corruption cases that came out to the surface. From the fell down of Indonesia's New Order, Jiwasraya corruption case, Century Bank corruption case, and many, many more. If we have to take a look to our economic situation at that time, things were far a lot worse. Many people struggled to meet their day-to-day needs, many criminal cases, and worse, our country did not really get the international recognition that we deserve. Reported by Indonesia Central Securities Depository, in 2008, we only have 995,510 investors. It was so small compared to the number of investors that are now investing in our country, which are more than 3 million, almost 400% growth compared to where we were. According to CSA Research Institute, one of the reasons our growth was rapid is because our law enforcement and bureaucracy is far a lot better than before. Take a look at Asabre and Jiwasraya case. Back then, many investors take out their money and investments only because they were afraid they could be the next one in jail, seeing how uncertain the legal punishment looks for all the parties involved in the business. And also back then, restorative justice is not yet popular in our judgment. We may see law as a tool to punish people rather than a tool to reverse the situation and people back to be functioning. Seeing from that case, I hope we as prosecutors also remember to bring human process and restorative justice in our work and judgment. Defending our country does not mean we get to put any arguments to make the counterparty get a heavy punishment. But rather, it means that we get to bring fairness in the judgment so that things may get to where they used to be so that our country can become a safe nation for all. As our General Prosecutor, Mr. Este Burhanuddin once said that, conscience is not taught in any book, but we must still pay attention to the sense of justice that exists in the society. I also hope that we, as prosecutors, being seen, watched, and heard, not only to our fellow Indonesians, but also foreigners that get to deal with our legal system. Please remember that it starts with one case to break all of the trust from the international community. Synergy may be our main word right now. From the police, prosecutors, lawyers, judges, and all of the parties involved during the legal process. I really hope we can bring the face of human approach and restorative justice throughout the legal process. Small things, but it matters a lot. That's all from me. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, give a big applause for Mrs. Mary, everyone. You're doing a good job. So I think there was a little bit delay, but I think it's fine. We can hear your
Very clear.
speech very clearly. So it's very interesting. On the last note, synergy is the main priority for Indonesia, right? Okay, so we may invite our juries. Perhaps we can start from Mr. David Eaton.
All right. Once again, I will say the same thing to you. If you are nervous, you certainly didn't show it. You had a very, very confident, positive delivery. Your cadence was slow. Most people, when they're nervous, they speak very quickly, and you did not do that. So your delivery was very good on that sense. And the other thing I want to mention is I really liked the way you started off by linking the high-profile public corruption cases in Indonesia and contrasting that with the fact that people were getting rich off of corruption matters when most Indonesians were having a very difficult time financially. That's a very strong way to start your speech and get people interested in what you have to say. Very good job.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you, Mr. David. And next, we move on to our next jury, Ms. Zoe. Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marie, for the presentation. My comments would be, I think I echo what some of what David has said as well. I really like the use of the cases up front that you raised. I think it was Jiwasraya, and I think there's Century Bank and a couple others, and raising that profile. And then sort of linking it as well with public trust and international engagement. And I think those are, really key elements in your speech that I really enjoyed. I think, yep, you had really good pace as well, and very positive demeanor, and the nervousness did not come across as well at all. So that's really, really good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zoe. And then we move on to the last jury, Mr. Bruce.
Thank you. And very good speech, Marie. You have a very comfortable demeanor that makes the audience very relaxed and easy to listen to, easy for us to listen to. And I agree with what everybody else said. Sorry, are you able to hear me?
yeah, sure. I
Okay,
can hear you
good.
clearly.
Yeah, good pace, very easy to listen to. Very persuasive, and you showed no signs of being nervous. I really enjoyed your speech. A question that I have for you is this: what is the most important way to ensure that we, as prosecutors, exercise good discretion when we are dealing with issues in the legal process?
Excuse me, sir, if you can pardon the question one more time because there's a delay beforehand.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Bruce?
Hello?
Okay. Turn off my video here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure,
think
sir.
my wa-
I can hear very clearly.
Okay, I think my Wi-Fi connection here is a little bad. My question is, what is the most important way to ensure
Mr. Bruce, we can hear you from here. Hello, Mr. Bruce.
Disconnected.
I can got the questions. What is the most important something that Mr. Bruce
Yeah, I
wants
can't
to
hear
ask?
the something that
Yeah, I'm
Mr. has to do.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my internet here is bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay, I was just, my question is, what is the most important way to ensure that we as prosecutors exercise good discretion when dealing with legal matters in the court system?
Okay, thank you for your question. In my opinion, the most important thing that we as a prosecutor has to do is the first one is the transparency, and also the, as Mr. Este Burhanuddin said that I said before in my, see whether what they do is implement what the punishment that they have to, that are correlated with the punishment that they have to face. So we just not give them the hardest punishment that they can give, but we have to see whether what they did is correlated with the punishment that they received. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Very good answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Thank you, Ms. Mary, for such a sweet performance. It shows us that we don't need a high tone to convince the audience, right?
Yes, correct.
Very sweet performance. I like it.
Very enjoyable.
Yeah.
Okay, so we move on to the last participant for today. We have Miss Niputu Wimar. Can someone pin her? Yes. So Ms. Niputu Wimar, she is a prosecutor candidate representing Provincial Prosecution Office of South Sulawesi. So how are you today?
I'm great, thank you for asking.
Okay, so are you ready for your speech?
I'm so ready.
Okay, your time starts now.
Wish you luck.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya.
Miss Putu, would you please repeat it? Because the timekeeper is not ready.
Okay.
Is it ready? Okay. Time's yours, Miss
Okay, thank you.
Niputu.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Honorable Board of Juries and respected audiences, my name is Niputu Wimar Maharani. The honor is mine being the representative of High Prosecutor's Office of South Sulawesi and District Prosecutor's Office of North Luwu. And I'm going to give my thought on such an interesting topic, which is legal certainty, humanism towards the economic recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, Indonesia is a legal state, which is reflected by the legislation that is present in Indonesian law. In addition, almost all aspects in social life are regulated in clear laws that exist in Indonesia. Through law, the government is able to regulate and discipline the community so that life in society becomes more orderly. In law, there are three things that must be contained in the law as identity values, and one of them is the principle of legal certainty. Legal certainty has several meanings. That there is clarity. It must not lead to multiple interpretations in the law. It must not be contradictory between regulations, and the regulations can be implemented. Legal certainty itself can be a legal instrument for a country and can guarantee the rights and obligations of every citizen in accordance with the culture that exists in that society. Legal certainty must also be resolved humanely, meaning that it is not only completed in court, but also by improving and bringing legal services closer to a more humane society. As we hear a lot about restorative justice now, the principle of restorative justice are currently being adopted by law enforcement agencies in Indonesia. Restorative justice is a method that is philosophically designed to be a resolution of the ongoing conflict by improving the situation or losses caused by the conflict. The purpose of restorative justice is to obtain a fair and balanced legal decision for both the victim and the perpetrator. The main principle in restorative justice is law enforcement that always prioritizes restoration back to its original state and restores the pattern of good relation in society. The Attorney General's Office also issued a policy regarding restorative justice through the Attorney General's Regulation, Perjap, number 15 of 2020, concerning termination of prosecution based on restorative justice. Restorative justice is also a legal certainty because the case is still resolved even though it is not through a trial. Humanistic law enforcement is a breakthrough in handling without using violence in the examination process to find evidence and confession of suspects. Humanistic law enforcement is also given fairly, not only to the suspect but also to the victim. Legal certainty in humanistic ways is expected to increase public and world trust in the state, government, and law enforcement system in Indonesia. When public and world trust in Indonesia is built, investors do not hesitate to invest in Indonesia. So we hope that public trust in the law enforcement system in Indonesia can help Indonesia's economic recovery. To conclude, the relationship between legal certainty, humanism towards the economic recovery cannot be separated. All of these things form a unity that Indonesia wants to realize. With legal certainty in humane ways, it is hoped that it will increase public trust in the law enforcement system in Indonesia, which will then have an impact on the public's willingness to invest in recovering the nation's economy. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Niputu Wimar. But I just want to make sure that you are the right person because I see that your name is Rani over there.
Yeah,
it's just a joke, sorry.
It's my nickname. Yeah, you can call me Rani.
yeah, it's just a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Miss Rani, for your great performance. And it is time for you to receive questions from the jury or any comments from the jury. For the first jury, I'm pleased to invite Miss Zoe.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Rani, may I call you Rani, your nickname?
Yes, miss.
Great.
Just call me Rani. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your speech. I think your speech was really very good. It was very clear, and I really appreciated the details. I think you in the delivery of your messaging, you incorporated just the right amount of detail, that it wasn't lengthy, but it was succinct, and I really appreciated that. And the speech had a really good logical flow as well, from beginning to end. It was delivered very well. And I guess in terms of maybe a question, you've mentioned throughout your speech the humanistic approach, and you pinpointed the humanistic approach in law enforcement, in that it's sort of a nonviolent approach that also applies to the perpetrator and the victim. I was just wondering if you'd like to elaborate a bit more on the humanistic approach and how it applies to the prosecutor and to the process within prosecutions, as opposed to just sort of law enforcement focused, as mentioned before. I hope that was clear enough. If you'd like to expand.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zuelda, for your question. So I think, as I mentioned before on my speech, that it's very necessary, very much needed for prosecutors, for us to be able to resolve a case in humanistic ways, meaning that it is not only completed in court or through a trial, but instead the prosecutors have to be able to listen to the victim, to the perpetrators, and the prosecutors can give the fair and balanced legal decision for both the victim and perpetrator, and to restore the situation back to its original state. Thank you, Ms. Zoelda. I think that's my answer for your question.
Thank you very much.
Very good answer, Rani, actually. So next jury, I'm inviting Mr. David Eaton from Bali.
Okay, I have a confession to make. Now that all the speakers are done with their presentations, they're all relaxed, and I am the nervous one because we had 6 very strong candidates, and I'm pretty sure that no one's going to allow a six-way tie for this competition. Ronnie, you did a very good job. Good cadence, good intonation. You made references to law, which is good, but you didn't overdo it and make too many references. I think that's a good idea. It's good to make a few, but you don't want to overdo it with your audience and make their eyes glaze over. So overall, very good job, very strong presentation. Thank you.
Mr. David.
Okay, thank you, Mr. David. Next, we will invite Mr. Bruce to have any comments or questions.
Mr. Bruce?
Yeah, I apologize. My internet was very poor, and I heard maybe 10% of what she said. So I apologize for that. I don't have any questions at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce.
Okay, Mr. Bruce, very sad that you have a very bad network there, but as the committee say that you have a right to watch again the record of contestant, our last contestant, Miss Niputu Wimar, so you can feel the score.
Yeah, so we will send you the recording of Miss Putu Nimar's speech, and then later you can fill the scoring sheet. Would that be okay with you?
Oh, that would be great. And I really apologize for the bad connection I have here. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry that I wasn't able to hear it live, but I'm sure it was fantastic.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bruce. We'll contact you. So the last participant, wow, just like Mr. David, I felt pressured because all of the participants were very great, very enjoyable, informative, just like what I said earlier. It's very, very competitive, right?
Yeah. I'm really proud that Insan Adhyaksa out there has a very good and very great capacity in
amazing talent
in foreign language, especially English right now, right?
Yeah.
We can wait for the Mandarin speech finals.
Yeah, right after this.
Right after this.
Yeah. I think the juries will have a hard time scoring choosing the top 3 of this competition, right?
It's very hard for the juries.
Yeah. So the last participant concludes our English speech finals for today. We have seen it live, the talented Insan Adhyaksas here all around Indonesia, and we do hope that this event will motivate everyone to keep on learning and expanding their knowledge. And of course, we would definitely want to see more of the participants next year.
Yep. We will announce the winner on the 22nd of July 2022 on Instagram at kejaksaan.ri and at kahlu_kejaksaan.ri. Once again, we will announce the winner on the 22nd of July 2022 on Instagram at kejaksaan.ri and at kahlu_kejaksaan.ri. So be sure to follow us on Instagram.
Yes, be sure to follow us. And as a token of appreciation for the juries, please accept our humble gift of certificates.
Yep.
As seen on the screen, and we will send you the physical copies to each of your offices, so please look forward to it.
Yep. And we encourage everyone to stay on this Zoom meeting as well. We'll take a screen capture with everyone. So please turn on your camera. We'll take a screenshot together to document this event.
Ya, baik.
Yep.
Mohon untuk
I
seluruh...
didn't see the representative of... What is it?
Oh yeah, so please turn on your camera. because we'll
District
take
Prosecution
a
of
picture.
Sangataya. Is it
Yeah.
right?
Jadi mohon untuk seluruh partisipan dan audiens untuk mengaktifkan video karena kita akan mengambil tangkapan layar. Ya.
Okay, give you your best smile, the best of the best smile, because we will screenshot the screen in 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Again. In 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Okay, thank you so much everyone for watching us today, for joining us today. Although the English speech finals is over for today, but please stay tuned on this Zoom meeting because we still have a Mandarin speech finals right after we have lunch.
Yes, that is
Right.
correct. So we'll be back for the Mandarin speech competitions and be sure to be there to support your favorite candidate.
Yep, and salam Adhyaksa.
Adhyaksa.
udah selesai tuh. Belum.
演讲，情绪饱满啊，语音语调也比较准确，内容呢也比较充实，祝贺呀！下面呢，我提问一个问题，就你刚才的演讲内容。哦，sorry， 是Miss Anissa 呀，sorry。
是的。
在刚才你的演讲当中提到了你们为地方政府在经济领域提供法律援助，那请问你们提供法律援助取得了什么样的成绩，或者叫效果？
好，谢谢各位评委给我好问题。好的，我们在这里在Kepulauan Selayar 地区检察官命属于州行政部门的检察官，我们在这里给我们的人们在Kepulauan Selayar 是法律援助。我们比如说，我下个月我们刚刚就那个五个辅导，我们给Kepulauan Selayar 的政府，所以我们怎么说呢？我们在那个5个妇女岛帮助很多人，帮助很多人，他们的情况下，特别是就作为纳税单位，更要为其经济赋能，为其提供便利和知识，这也是Kepulauan Selayar地方检。然后这个是察官为社区提供服务的一种信息，特别是针对生活在岛上的人们。谢谢。
好的，谢谢你的回答。
好的，谢谢安妮莎，谢谢丁忠先生。现在我们有请第4位选手 Deti Pera 从 Jaksa Agung Muda Bidang Pembinaan。Deti Pera Deti Pera 你好。你准备好了吗？你的声音没听到，贝拉。 你的麦克风还没打开。
下午好。
下午好。
听我
你准备
的声音。
好了吗？可以，可以，
我准备
可以。贝拉，你有5分钟的发言时间，你可以开始。
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh。尊敬的评委，大家好，我叫 Deti， 我的中文名字是贝拉，我是印度尼西亚共和国中间家长指导事务的工作人员。我今天演讲的主题是法律决定性走向经济复苏的人文主义。女士们、先生们，迄今为止，印度尼西亚的执法社会很混乱，有很多案例可以说明社会上因法律正义感与以及相助生存而产生的挫败感。执法现象最终引出了一个问题：印度尼西亚的法律到底有什么问题？好像法律根据这功能没有用。印度尼西亚执法的混乱显然源于不人道或人文主义法律的制定和使用。从意义上说，到目前为止，在印度尼西亚似乎人类使用于法律，而不是法律使用于人类，以至于社会的正义权利被忽视了。这种印度尼西亚充满政治干部的阶级立法，其实就可以看出，当然，这样的法律行为是不人道的。通过关注这一点，面对印度尼西亚目前正在发生的社会混乱和暴力，法律的无能为力可以作为推动更好的法律改革的动力。相信法律被视为无法处理这种混乱局面，因为相信法律并非以人道主义为基础制定的。因此，在建设一个因混乱而堕落的社会上，有必要建立人文主义的法律，不仅是法律产品法规而人执法者，而且就是也需要人性化。女士们、先生们，在这种情况下，执法人员，特别是检察官办公室的执法人员，已经实施了人道的进步法或恢复性司法。最近在缅兰有一个名叫安迪卡的男子，他因在学校图书馆读书而被捕。不过，经过与学校的调解，他现在已被检察院释放。正如司法部长 S.T. Burhanuddin 说，良心不在书本里。我想请朋友们关注社会中纯粹的正义感。由于从检察长的介绍，并且感到案件最好为出于经济诉求的教授，就获得恢复性释放。检察官办公室敢于采取措施释放教授者，这不仅给人一种正义感，而且对法律也有很大的影响。法律就被视为监禁人、威胁人，但实际上法律是为人们提供机会变得更好，并可以继续生活的工具。女士们、先生们，人们发起往中介孩子和被害人两个方面考虑正义。到目前为止，发生的事情尤其是在刑法中，似乎就关注暴力、犯罪的肇事者，但不是受害者的权利，例如赔偿、治疗或康复的可能性。因此，有必要转变观念，制定对各方都具有目的性、进行和法律决定性的人道法律，制定者在为犯罪者提供威慑作用，并防止人们犯罪的法律。以上公正的法律可以为诊断各方或肇事者和受害者提供正义感，同时法律决定性能够提供保护和安全感，可以作为解决社会中出现的法律问题的依据。人文主义法律也有望改变一个国家的经济社区的复苏。女士们、先生们，现在是我结束演讲的时候了。我希望检察官办公室能够根据其主题创造法律决定性走向经济复苏的人文主义。下午好，希望我们都一个美好的一天。 Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. 下午好。
谢谢贝拉。现在我们要请评审团邱永全向第4位选手提问。
OK， 谢谢主持人，感谢贝拉选手的精彩演讲啊。下面请听题，就是刚才在你的演讲中您提到这个总检察长 Dr. Este Bur Hanudin 所说的良心不在书本里请问我们应该怎么去理解什么是良心不在书本里？谢谢。
以前对不起，如果我的答案不对，我觉得良心不在书本里，我觉得良心不对，我不看良心不书，我觉得法律决定性必须确保为受害者和肇事者伸张正义，不看理书本。谢谢。
谢谢贝拉。
谢谢评委，谢谢参赛者。女士们、先生们，现在我们有请第5位 Friska Mela从 Kejaksaan Tinggi Jawa Timur。Friska Mela， 你在吗？请你准备，你有5分钟的发言时间。准备好了吗？
准备好了。Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh。大家好，首先自我介绍一下，我的名字是 Friska Amelia， 大家都叫我 Friska。我在东爪哇高级检察官办公室担任公务员。我的中文名字是付美丽，这个名字是华侨大学中文老师刘珊珊记得在这儿，你可以参加这个活动，谢谢老师。我现在在哪里学习中文？感谢华侨大学给我的奖学金。女士们、先生们，众所周知 ，COVID-19 改变了我们的生活。不仅是印度尼西亚，而且是全世界。从卫生部门、教育、旅游也开始，当然还有国民经济的各个方面。政府正在努力通过经济复苏政策来克服这一切。这是2020至2024年国家应对 COVID-19 影响的中期发展计划。国民经济发展的拯救离不开法律部门。印度尼西亚是一个法治国家，政府通过其合法产品可以规范公民生活的方方面面，包括经济方面。法律决定性在国家生活中非常重要，正如1995年宪法第28条1款所述，印度尼西亚共和国的每个公民都有权获得承认、保证、保护以及公平的法律决定性和法律面前的平等待遇。印度尼西亚共和国检察官办公室提出恢复性司法，这在解除法律或司法途径之外的案件。优先考虑超市之和售后之间的调节。恢复性司法是一种面向人文司法的司法形式，通过恢复性司法解决腐败案件，努力在资产最后的背景下追回因腐败造成的经济损失。 同时也不能忽视惩罚因素。这与印度尼西亚消除腐败的法律的主要目标相关，即重点保护国有资产或资产，要保护的是国家财政合法权益。在一般法律部门，当爪哇省考级检察官办公室的回复，刑事法治消息整个印度尼西亚从最高完成了85件例案件中的70件，整理制度重新设置组计划，建立恢复性司法结构38所，超额完成目标，设计建立184所，让我们以2022年第62届 Hari Bhakti Adhyaksa 为动力，成为称职和负责的 Adhyaksa 人，使他们始终能够按照 Trikrama Adhyaksa 形式。这是我的演讲，希望我所说的能鼓励到大家。为了印度尼西亚，希望我们有更好的表现。我为大家加油！谢谢。Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh。
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh。谢谢你。我们有请评审团不山地定向第5位选手提问。
您好，付美丽。
你好。
你的中文写得很好。
哦，哪里？谢谢你。
好，我提出一个问题，你现在是在华侨大学是吧？学中文？
对了，我正在学习中文了，差不多11月了。
11个月了。
对。
好，那么我的问题就是，你在华侨大学学习的最大收获是什么？
首先，我非常感谢从华侨大学给我的奖学金。首先，我先说，我真的喜欢语言。现在，我觉得我对汉语感兴趣。我有老师们鼓励我们经常可以发语。我实际上学习汉语很难，但是很有意思，所以我可能继续学习汉语，提高考试班，我希望。
好，回答完毕是吧？谢谢付美丽。
谢谢老师。
好的，谢谢付美丽，谢谢评审团。最后的选手的，对不起，我们有第6位选手Gaji Muhammad Mahdi从Kejaksaan Tinggi.
Ibu, kami panggilkan peserta undian nomor 6 atas nama Gaji Muhammad Mahdi dari Kejaksaan Tinggi Jawa Barat.
Gaji, 你有5分钟的发言时间，请打开。Gaji， 你的网络你可以开始吧。
谢谢你。Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu.
Gaji，
自我介绍一下，我的名字是Gaji Muhammad Mahdi。
Gaji， 你的网络不好，你可以再说一遍吧。
好的。Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu， 民主向我们所有人间一举良好的救援，敬爱的陪审团，大家你们好， 金庸书，我介绍一下，我的名字是改吉穆罕默mahdi，我的中文名字是李凯哲，我在西郊瓦高等检察院什么当地区检察院工作。这是金庸书我的演讲，在2022年第62届Adhyaksa本爱人的主题有法律决定性走向经济复苏的人文主义。这个主题很重要且相关，考虑到印度尼西亚检察院作为印度尼西亚执法中心的地位，以及实现法律目标以上的主要参与者之一。Gustav Hackwood 认为，在这方面必须考虑三个目标，即法律正义性、法律权利性和法律决定性。为了让它发生，为了实现这一目标，它表示需要使用三个目标以优先原则。这是因为在现实中，法律正义性经常与权利和决定性发生冲突。但是，因此社会存在始终是一个必须实现的目标。反过来，又造成了一个家族无力实现法律的目标。正是这个经典问题，在印尼的执法实践中，似乎继续注视着我们所有人。反正这一点，实际上是执法人员的良心能够成为实现法律目标达到这是平衡点的较量。良心，特别是在这种情况下。印尼中检察长办公室的人文主义执法人员可以安全地成为对话机，同时拥抱、团结和实现三个法律目标。只有三立加入翰林中检察长多次说过的，正义感不在书本中研究的，而是在良心的心中。声明宣告执法工作中最重要的责任。二，无视结果还是继续实施。正如荷兰最高法院法官达夫人说：“给我一个好的执法人员，我一定根住犯罪，只是没有申请法律法规。”因此，检察员还是执法人员在履行职责时，不能只是安静地坐在办公桌后面，更不能躲在一道法律法规后面寻求安全。二，必须熟悉制度，以便他们能够磨练他们的良心敏感度，以了解社会上活生生的正义感。为响应人文主义的需要，即使在2020年，总检察长也颁布了检察官要恢复刑事法，还是 restorative justice。作为检察官，既有两者改善执法的着手，同时更注重法律决定性。在我结束本次演讲之前，我想传达的是，人文主义度过的好几个政策对法律实践，而且对经济复苏也有积极影响。我之所以这么说，是因为为国别后经济复苏做贡献的商业，因为这本质上是冒险者，他们几乎肯定会选有任何后来相关的法规。考虑到这一点，如果发生商业行为者的违规行为，当然人道主义执法。比利时在的应用上有助于尊重主义者的商业环境。确实，以上所有这些都不容易，只有一人的诚信和专业精神才能实现。但是，我相信印度尼西亚检察院能够实现法律决定性走向经济复苏的人文主义，作为本次Adhyaksa本爱人今年活动的主题。Pulau Adhyaksa， 谢谢你们的关注。Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh。Salam Om Santi Santi Om。冥府向我们所有人的一句良好的祝愿。
好的，现在我们邀请评审团丁中香第6位选手提问。
好，谢谢 Mr. Gaji 的精彩演讲呀！你的演讲充满激情啊，动作也很丰富，谢谢。那我要提问一个问题。
好，
刚才在你的演讲当中提到了总检察长 Dr. S.D. 布哈努丁所说的，
是的，
正义感不在书本里， 不在书中，而在良心里。请问这句话是怎么理解的？请回答，谢谢。
好的，谢谢老师。那如果有人做的，是吧？还是他做的很不尽了，不多。那如果他做不多，可以法律的争议结果还是基础设施正的话，我一定会根据犯罪意识没有涉及法律法规的。
好的，谢谢。
谢谢。
好的，女士们、先生们，我们一起见证了6位。
Baiklah hadirin sekalian, bersama ini kita telah saksikan penampilan yang luar biasa dari para peserta lomba. Mari kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah kepada para peserta lomba. Selanjutnya, kita akan memberikan kesempatan kepada para juri untuk memberikan penilaian dan memilih pemenang dalam lomba ini. Pemenang lomba akan disampaikan pada acara puncak peringatan Hari Bhakti Adhyaksa ke-62 tanggal 22 Juli 2022.
感谢评委们，为了表示感谢，我们将为各位评委颁发这活动的。
Terima kasih kepada para juri. Sebagai bentuk apresiasi, kami sampaikan token of appreciation. Kurang lengkap rasanya jika kita tidak mengambil foto bersama. Mohon kiranya dapat menghidupkan kamera. Hadirin, apakah sudah siap? Satu, dua, tiga. Slide pertama sudah selesai, selanjutnya slide kedua. Slide kedua sudah selesai, selanjutnya slide ketiga. 1, 2, 3. Sebelum acara ini berakhir, mari kita dengarkan lagu bagi Bu Negeri. Para hadirin dimohon berdiri. Bapak Ibu sekalian, dengan demikianlah berakhir seluruh rangkaian acara Lomba Pidato Bahasa Inggris dan Bahasa Mandarin. Kami atas nama panitia mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh hadirin. Kami juga memohon maaf jika dalam penyelenggaraan ini terdapat kekurangan.